Hello, everyone. How is your weekend? I hope you are having a fantastic weekend. It is nice and sunny here. The weather's not too bad. I mean, it's below zero, but that's what it always is here in March. And so, yeah, I'm just super excited to be here with you guys this weekend. I hope you've been having a great time reading whatever you've been reading and doing whatever you've been doing this weekend. Glenda's here. Hi, Glenda. Cav is here. Cav, it almost feels like spring for you. What part of the country are you from? Because spring, as much as I love spring, we do not actually get it until probably May. I mean, we have snow usually into April. So, so spring is still a long time coming. But yeah. Cav is reading A Pattern of Lies by Charles Todd. I read a number of the Bess Crawford series. I really like the setting. I love that it's set during World War I and that the main character is a nurse on the front lines. I think that's really cool. Laura is here. Hello, Laura. Carmen is here. Hello. Cassie is here. Hello, Cassie from Vancouver Island, another Canadian. Woo woo. Oh, and of course, because she lives in BC, so it is already spring for them. 2 provinces over. We're still in the depths of winter and they're having spring. Beautiful sunny spring morning here. That's lovely. Lori is here from MI. Is that Minnesota? Sorry. As a Canadian, I'm not as familiar with the abbreviations for American states. Talia is here. Hello, Talia. Nice to see you here. Cav, oh, you're from Ontario. That's right. I think we had this conversation last week. This is embarrassing. Okay, but you still have lots of snow too, but some sunshine and it's just above zero. That's fantastic. Glenda says it's chilly in Charlotte, North Carolina, but at least the sun is shining. Amen to that. That's what I say. I love it when the sun's shining, whatever the temperature is. Mary says, good morning from Vancouver. Woohoo, another Canadian. I love it. Talia is reading Pharaohs of the Sun, trying to finish it before April. Is it a pretty long book? I know that one's nonfiction, and sometimes those just take a little longer to get through just because they're nonfiction. Annika is here. Woohoo! Nice to see you. My guests just walked out, so worked out perfectly. We have our first bit of warmer days, not really spring, but the first signs of spring coming. That is wonderful. Now, Annika is in the Netherlands. So yeah, that's fantastic. If you've got kind of that hint of spring coming, I love that. Helen is here. Hi, Helen. It's raining in your part of the UK. Well, that's okay. You can't always have the sunshine, right? Lori, oh, Michigan. Sorry. MI is Michigan. Thank you, Lori. Oh, Ahona is here. Nice. Hi, Ahona. Nice to have you here. It's very late for her. She's in India, and so she is such a trooper to come and join us for these reading sprints. Danielle, hello. Looking forward to getting in lots of reading with you all today. These sprints are so much fun. Oh, Danielle, I'm so glad. I really enjoy them as well. Yes, good morning. Ahona says good morning. It is, I think it's very, very late. It's after midnight for sure. Laura says spring sprung early a couple weeks ago here in the mountains, but still have some cold days. Yeah. It's raining in Calcutta. Yes. And so, yeah, Ahona has some rain. Helen has some rain in the UK. That's okay. Sunny or rainy. I'm just glad you guys are all here. I'm super excited. Annika says, I love how international a crowd we are. I do too, actually, Annika. I think that's amazing. I think it's amazing that I'm spending my afternoon with people from Canada and the United States and India and the Netherlands and the UK. I just think that is absolutely amazing. Oh, Annika's nonfiction is 547 pages. There are lots of end notes, though. I love these reading sprints. I get so much reading done Spring is teasing here to teasing. I love that phrase. That's perfect. All right, why don't I show you guys what I have on my stack for reading possibilities today. And if you haven't already said, I'd love to find out what you're going to be reading this afternoon too. I have my M&M's pick for the week. This is Satan in St. Mary's by P.C. Doherty or Paul Doherty. It's the first Hugh Corbett mystery set in the medieval time periods in 1284. Edward is on the throne, and there is reference to a rebellion from about 30 years before Simon de Montfort's rebellion. One thing I love about Paul Doherty is that he's a historian himself. So there is so much history in his historical mysteries. I really do enjoy that. So the Simon de Montfort's rebellion, which cost him his life, but Edward I is still dealing with the results of that. The followers of Simon de Montfort are still in London and still kind of causing trouble. So now fast forward to when the events of this book take place, and there's a man who he killed somebody and he fled to the Church of St. Mary Le Bow for sanctuary. And then he was found dead in the church, and it was assumed that he had killed himself. And there is a connection to the followers of this rebellion. And so Hugh Corbett is asked to investigate, and he is a clerk from the Court of King's Bench. And I didn't really know what that meant. And so it was actually great because there was a part in here that talked about what that meant. It said, being appointed a clerk to the royal justices in King's Bench. He'd been there ever since, drawing up the bills of indenture, which are for apprentices, I think, filing the conclusions of the court, almost oblivious to the human misery such records contained. So that kind of gives you like a little bit of an idea of what he does. So he kind of, he's a clerk in the courts. In today's world, he would work at the Inns of Court in London, maybe. So that's one of the books that I have on my list. Let's catch up on some comments. Okay, Jackie's here. Hi, Jackie. Oh, you've got snow today. We had some snow yesterday, but spring is on the way soon. I hope, yes. Spring will come, no matter how much it feels like winter right now. Jane, hi from Australia. Oh, that's amazing. It's the early morning for you and another hot day on the way. That is very exciting. Jane, it's good to have you here. Casey says, yes, bookworm friends from all corners of the globe. Yes, it's true. Jackie is starting Royal Blood by Rhys Bowen. Love that series. Talia says, I think that book is on my TBR. This one here, Satan in St. Mary's. I think you might like Paul Doherty. He writes a lot of medieval mysteries. He has a series that's actually set in ancient Rome that you might be interested in, Talia. And I think also one possibly, was it Genghis Khan, maybe? I don't know. But the fact that he's a historian does make his historical mysteries really interesting. Alice is here. Hello, Alice. Nice to have you here. Alice says, rain here in my part of the UK today, too. So, yes, rain, go away. Hey, Carmen says, I'll be reading A Famine of Horses and A Shot in the Dark. I'm just starting both. Wow. A Famine of Horses by P.F. Chisholm. I never hear anybody talk about that series. I love that series. Historical mystery set in the far north of England, right on the border between England and Scotland. And the main character is Sir Robert Carey, and he is set up there by Queen Elizabeth as a deputy of the Marshes, I believe it's called. That's a great series, and I never hear anybody talk about that. That's amazing. And A Shot in the Dark by Lynn Truss. That is the Constable Twitton series set in Brighton in the 50s. That series is great. It's really quirky. I find it really funny. It's a little bit dark, so it's definitely not a cozy, but I really enjoy that series. Helen is reading Murder Mr. Mosley, a nice quick read, enjoying it. Oh, that's fantastic. Those are quick reads, but I love Mr. Mosley. He is a hilarious detective. Glenda is reading Death of a Dentist by M.C. Beaton. That's great. That's Hamish Macbeth. Alice is breaking all the mystery rules and reading the Marriage Portrait by Maggie O'Farrell, but it is kind of mysterious. Alice, you can read whatever you want. Mary, I used a random number generator to fill in the grid from my books on my shelf for an M&M game. Cool. I played and pulled Lonesome Dove, so not a mystery this time. I've heard a lot about Lonesome Dove, but I've never read it. Is that one also quite a long book? I seem to remember that one being quite a long book. Hona is reading Spring Cleaning by Antonio Mazzini. I only realized recently that this book fulfills Janelle's M&M Week 3 game pick, A Male Detective in a City. That's perfect. Excuse me. That is perfect, Ahona. And that is a perfect mystery for this year's March Mystery Madness too, since our theme is spring cleaning. Yes, I love that era as well, Carmen. Casey says, I'm 16% into Shady Hollow by Juno Black. I heard about it thanks to Rainey and also Mitzi. Ahona says, also reading Gaigo Higashino's The Devotion of Suspect X. For the M&M game. I love it. Whew, 858 pages for Lonesome Dove. That counts as a mammoth. Wow. Okay. I am also reading Death in Cyprus by MMK. She is famous for The Far Pavilions. And this is one that I'm reading for my In Life Mystery Book Club. The theme this month is Holidays from Hell, which is a great theme. I love that so much. And so in this one, our main character, Amanda, is on holiday on Cyprus. And on the ship to get there from Egypt, the woman in the cabin next to her dies. And then kind of most of the people that she meets or knew on that ship are staying in the same place on Cyprus. And so the mystery continues. I'm really enjoying this one. This one is from the 50s, 1956. Has anyone read any of MMK's mysteries? Also, isn't this cover fantastic? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this one quite a lot, actually. All right, Laura just started a British Library Crimes Classics mystery, The Fell Murder, a Lancashire mystery by E.R.C. Lorak. Amazing. That's one that I want to read for sure. Hello, Melissa's here. I'm reading And Then There Were None as my first Christie ever. Oh, you've never read any Agatha Christie? Wow. Have you been spoiled at all for this? Because this is amazing. This is amazing. Boy, you're starting right at the top with And Then There Were None. Oh my goodness. I hope you love it. It's going to be so great. It's going to be so great. Danielle says, Kentucky weather is so strange. It got to 80 degrees at the beginning of March, but then it snowed earlier this week. Today it's in the low 30s. Our seasons get all mixed up here. That's a pretty big change in temperature there. That's amazing. Annika says, I'm reading Dog Stars Rising, a new discovery for me. A PI called Makana, set in Egypt. Ooh, that's interesting. Is that modern day, Annika, or is that historical? That's very interesting. I'm going to write that down. I have a pad of paper today to write down some of these books because you guys read such interesting material. Okay. Yes, Alice says, and yes, yay for And Then There Were None. Enjoy. Yes, I think so too. Dream in the Garden. Hi, nice to have you here. Excuse me. Amanda. Oh, Amanda, are you? Excuse me. Amanda is reading The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. I love that. That is my favorite Agatha Christie ever. And Annika also started rereading Murder on the Orient Express today. All right, so we have some Agatha Christie going on this afternoon. I always approve. Dog Stars Rising is modern day. That's so fascinating. Okay, also on my stack of books for today is Murder on the Pilgrim's Way by Julie Wasmer. This is the part of the Whitstable Pearl series. I'm buddy reading this with Carolyn from Carolyn's Reading Ramblings. This one is interesting because Pearl and her mom Dolly go for a vacation to a kind of a hotel, manor house style hotel, not far from Canterbury, and someone amongst the small group of people staying at this hotel is murdered. So what I love about this is it's still in the area, it's still in Kent, but Pearl has been taken outside of her familiar zone and put in with a group of people that she doesn't know at all. I also love that it's a country house mystery. Those are some of my favorites. So yeah, I've been enjoying Murder on the Pilgrim's Way. Oh, wait. Amanda says it's a reread. My favorite too. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Talia says, great Agatha Christie choices that people are reading. Yes, I concur. Alice says, that's a fairly local author to me. Janelle used to visit Whitstable very frequently. Really? That is cool. And does Julie live there? Julie Wasmer? Is she from that part of the world? That's even better. All right. Casey says, I really like MMK. I haven't read any of her mysteries. We'll be so interested in what you think of this one you are reading. Loving it so far. Oops. Talia says, all the historical fiction authors are appreciated. Thanks. I think I'll be reading some of these suggestions after I'm finished with my current book. Sounds good. Alice also likes country house mysteries. And Jana is here. Hi, Jana. Nice to see you. Reading Death du Jour by Kathy Reichs. Nice. Old school. That's the Temperance Brennan series. I love that. Now, the TV show Bones went in a really different direction from the books. One thing that I loved about the books was that she spent part of her time in the States and part of her time in Canada, in Montreal. And I just thought that was a cool aspect of the stories. Okay, so Julie Wasmer lives in Whitstable or very close to it. That is really cool. That is very cool. And then one more book on my list is Murder at the National Gallery by Jim Eldridge. This is part of the Museum Mysteries. Each book takes place at a different museum in the UK. And this one is 1897 in London. And the body of a woman is found at the National Gallery. And our two detectives, Daniel Wilson and Abigail Fenton, get called in this case, primarily because the man who is arrested for her murder wants to talk to them. Daniel used to work for Scotland Yard, and he actually worked with Aberline on the Jack the Ripper killings. And there seems to be some kind of a connection to those killings. And the guy that they arrested for this current murder was a suspect in the Jack the Ripper case. This is all from the very beginning, so that's not spoileries. Spoileries. Anyway, yeah, I enjoy this series too. Victorian era historical mystery. Okay. Ooh, Alice, you met her at a library event once. That is amazing. I would love to go to like an author meeting, where they do a reading or something. I think that would be really, really cool. It was before she wrote the books. Did she write a series before this one, Alice? Do you know? This is all I've read of her is the Whitstable Pearl ones. Helen likes the Museum Murders. Great series. Yeah. Laura says, my husband and I really enjoy the Whitstable Pearl TV show. I didn't realize they were books till I saw you talk about them in your videos. They sound good too. Yeah, the show is good as well. And like with all TV shows that are adapted, it goes its own direction, but the TV show is really good. And I love being able to see bits of Whitstable and the area in the show. Talia wants to know, has anyone read Vindolanda by Adrian Goldworthy? I've only just started it, but it is historical fiction by a historian, which is set in Roman Britannia. Wow. Okay. No, I have not read that, but that sounds really interesting. Okay. What do you guys think of doing a half-hour sprint starting in 4 minutes? We'll do it at 5:2, or we could do 35 minutes and read until half past. What do you guys think of that? Is that a good idea, or is 35 minutes too long? Alice says she used to write for EastEnders. Really? Oh, that's funny. But the library event was like a supporting the library, may have been National Libraries Day. Okay. That's interesting. She used to write for EastEnders. That explains a lot, actually, about the relationship between Pearl and the detective Michael in here, which drives me crazy. But knowing that she wrote for EastEnders might actually explain a lot. Okay, so we will we will read in 3 minutes. Okay, good. You guys are into that? And 35 minutes is okay. I'm drinking vanilla rooibos this afternoon. Yummy. Okay, so let me get these banners ready. We are going to do some reading sprints, and we will read until the half hour. All right. Yeah, Helen, I think that you would like them. The Whitstable Pearl series are great. The main character is Pearl Nolan. She owns a restaurant in Whitstable. And in the first book in the series, she decides to also open a detective agency. She had trained to for the police, but then ended up having to quit when she got pregnant. And then when she had her son, she decided to quit and focus on raising her son. And so she's got kind of some training, some history with the police. And so, yeah, they're a good series. Great setting. I really enjoy the setting of that series for sure. Talia nerds out. Nothing like hot tea in a book. I'm drinking Black Forest cake tea. Wow. That sounds yummy. That sounds really yummy. Okay, so for the first sprints, I'm going to read Murder at the National Gallery by Jim Eldridge. I've just started this. I'm just about to start chapter 3, so I'm not very far into that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So yeah, I will be reading from that. So enjoy the sprints, you guys, and I will see you at half past the hour or 35 minutes. Talia, it's a tea from I'm not going to be able to say this now. Adagio tea? Never heard of them, but I'm going to have to check them out. That sounds delicious. Okay, have fun reading, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great time reading, or however you spent the half an hour. There's a few comments. Some people have joined us during the sprints, which is fantastic. Annie is here. So about 70% into Irish Coffee Murder by Leslie Meyer. Hi, Annie. And Hummingbird Bibliophile is here, reading Tainted Love by Anna Shivers for the Week of Weird. I've heard of this Week of Weird. It sounds awesome. Cajun Peach is also here, was getting groceries. Now settling down to read The Babbling Brook Naked Poker Club number 7. Wow. Okay. I haven't heard of that series. BJ is also here, finishing up the first Mrs. Hudson by Davies, and read some Wine of Violence by Priscilla Royal. Really enjoying it. Thanks to you, Janelle. Oh, that's great. The first Mrs. Hudson and the Spirit's Curse. What did you think of that one? It's a very different historical mystery to Wine of Violence by Priscilla Royal. Priscilla Royal writes medieval era historical mysteries, but I do really enjoy those ones as well. All right, so I read like 7 chapters in Murder at the National Gallery. Yeah, so the story is really picking up. Very, very interesting. I do really enjoy this series a lot. Great time period, and always interesting things that are happening at that time get drawn into the story, which I really do enjoy. Okay, I wanted to show you guys something. I told you that Death in Cyprus is one of my reads for my In Real Life Mystery Book Club. And our theme this month is Holidays from Hell. So another book that I got from the library to read for that is Christiana Brand's Tour de Force. Now, this I got this from the library, and it came from the Provincial Library Backup Collection. I find this fascinating. So when you put books on hold here in Saskatchewan, you have access to books from all the branches throughout the province. And so it'll show you where the books are. And one of the branch options is the Saskatchewan Provincial Library branch, which I find fascinating. I don't think that it's open to the public. The books that they have in their collection are available to be put on hold, but I don't think that you can go there. But they hold backup editions, and often when I get books from that branch, they're ones like this, older books that they're hanging on to. And I'm so glad that they do, because this is actually like a first edition, if from the first year it was published, from 1955. So I think that's really cool that the library does that. So this is a Christiana Brand. It's an Inspector Cockerell, and he is on holiday, and it does not go well. So I forget where he goes to Italy somewhere. So I just wanted to talk about that because I thought that was really cool. Yeah. Do you guys have anything like that with your libraries? A backup collection like that? Or yeah, I'm curious what else is in the Saskatchewan Provincial Library. Intriguing. All right. Now, Cajun says it's a cozy mystery series set in a senior living community. Really good. Okay. All right. That's great. That's not one that I had in my recent Sleuth by Type video where I talked about senior sleuths, but it would be a good one. It would be a good one for that. The category I talked about of retirement communities, it would totally fit in that category. That's fantastic. All right, Jackie's 46 pages in to Royal Blood. Great so far. That one's pretty early in the series, isn't it? Like second or third in the series. BJ says Mrs. Hudson was fun, but I'm enjoying the Royal more thus far. Yes, they're very different kinds of mysteries for sure. Cajun says naked poker is a game they play and the loser has to tell a true story, thus prompting mysteries. No one disrobes. Well, thank goodness for that. Glenda says, is it time to stop reading for now? Yes. Dahlia got about 20 pages read. I love these reading sprints. How historically accurate are Priscilla Royal's historical fiction books? That part I'm not entirely sure of. I also can't remember where they're set in England, but they're set in a priory. And what makes them interesting, Talia, is that it's a priory that has both monks and nuns. And there weren't a ton of them, but there were actually some. And so the main character is the abbess of the priory. And so she gets some, some conflict. There's some interesting things going on because there's like the section for the monks and the section for the nuns. And so, yeah, that makes it really interesting. As far as how historically accurate they are, I can't remember. It's been years since I read that series. Glenda, you're about to fall asleep. Oh dear. It was close to the time. Yes. Close to the time. You wrote that at 1:34. That's funny. Yeah, these reading sprints quite often make me a little bit sleepy too. Annika says, how often do you get the chance to borrow a first edition? Right? That's what I was thinking too. I think that's amazing. Oh, Amy is here. Hi, Amy. I'm off to a banquet, but read a little By Book or by Crook by Eva Gates. Enjoying it so far. Oh, that's great. I don't think I've read anything by that author. And enjoy your banquet, Amy. That sounds fun. It's been a very long time since I've been to a banquet. Cav says, do you have to pay extra for those library loans? My library does interlibrary loans, but we have to pay for them. I'm in a city with a lot of branches, though, and those loans are free. No, we do not have to pay for them, Cav. In Saskatchewan, it's a provincial library system, and so you don't have to pay for any of it. You can put any book in the province on hold, and they will bring it to you, which is fantastic. I think that's just amazing. Especially because Saskatchewan is a province, depending on where you live, without a provincial system, you may have access to a library, but it would be a very small collection in some of the places where you might live. And so having access to the collection from the entire province really is amazing. And I live in a city, so there's lots of branches in the city. And I would have had, connections to a lot of books, but people who live in some of the smaller towns or far up north just wouldn't have the same access to reading material. And so I think a system like this is absolutely fantastic. And he says, I love doing interlibrary loans. You never know where they're going to come from. Sometimes they are 5 states away from me. Yeah, that is amazing. Because of our system, I've never actually done an interlibrary loan. I haven't needed to, but I do love that. I think that's amazing. It's a great service that the libraries provide. BJ says, in my country, there are 40 libraries. In my county, there are 40 libraries. We may request books from any of those for no cost. That's fantastic. And Glenda says that it's the same for her. That's amazing. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to show you is it's not a book, it's a puzzle, but it's just arrived and I am in love with this. This is The World of Jane Austen. a jigsaw puzzle with 60 characters and great houses to find. So I'm going to show you the poster because that gives you a better idea of this puzzle. I'm so excited about this puzzle. So here's the poster. This is what the puzzle looks like. Isn't that amazing? So I'm going to focus in on just one area of it here. Sorry, down at the bottom. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. Down at the bottom here. So do you see that? What, if you're a fan of Jane Austen, then you probably know what book that's from. So, and it's like that throughout. And then on the back is 60 characters from Jane Austen's life and work. And then you can find them, try and find them in the puzzle once it's done. Isn't that fantastic? I also just really love the look of this puzzle. I like the illustrations. Sorry, this is causing me all sorts of trouble. Hang on one second. There we go. So yeah, there's another bit for you to take a look at. What part do you think that's from? Look at this right here. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So yeah, I was very excited. That arrived the other day. So it's my new favorite thing. All right. Cajun says, my city is part in one county and part in another. I can only get a library card for the one my address is. Oh, you could get for the other, but you would have to pay for the card. That's interesting. That's an interesting little dilemma. It makes your city kind of unique, Cajun. Jackie says, my library system here in Michigan is good, but I found in Texas so far, I haven't had one book yet that they didn't have. I'm not sure if they hold a collection or if it's just a lot bigger collection. Okay, yeah. Annika says, we have to pay for reservations from other libraries, unfortunately, but it is a great service. Okay. So yeah, so if you want a book from another library, then you have to pay extra for it. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, thank you, BJ. Yes, I'm very excited about the puzzle. Casey says, here in the province of British Columbia, interlibrary loans are at no charge, province-wide or Canada-wide. Canada-wide interlibrary loans are free. That's pretty great. Helen says, love that jigsaw. I haven't done one for years. I love doing puzzles. I'm a puzzle fiend. Hummingbird says, I got the Agatha Christie jigsaw for Christmas. The same one like that? Yeah, I loved that one. That one was really fun to do. I want to do it again because I don't think I caught everything. I got a lot of it, but I didn't catch all the different, Agatha Christie connections. Annika says, the puzzle looks great. I would hang that on my wall. I know. I would too. Hona, awesome puzzle. Brilliant map. Yeah. I agree. Helen says, I saw the Agatha Christie jigsaw in Waterstones. Maybe you need to make a little trip to Waterstones there, Helen. Carmen says, what an amazing puzzle. Annie says, that puzzle looks like so much fun. I want to get a Nancy Drew puzzle with the book covers on it to complete and hang up. That would be amazing. That would look really good. Cajun said, what a fantastic puzzle. Who makes it? Okay, that's a good question. Let's see. Lawrence King. Yeah, Lawrence King. It looks like it's a UK publishing or puzzle company. Amy says, beautiful puzzle. Yes, awards banquet for my son. The Eva Chase is a cozy. Do you read cozies? I can't remember. I read some, but not very many. I have an interesting relationship with cozy mystery amateur sleuths, so I don't read it a huge amount. Glenda says, I want a puzzle with sleeves on it from the BookTube Besties Retreat. Oh, I haven't started it yet. Maybe after taxes are filed on April 18th when the dining room table is clear. Yeah. Talia says, I'm impressed with y'all who do puzzles. I've never really been able to get into them. Yeah, I really enjoy doing puzzles. I find it relaxing and fun. Cav says, where did you get that puzzle? I've never seen anything like it. I got it from Amazon, I think. Yeah, Amazon. Hummingbird says, I have the Agatha Christie jigsaw puzzle poster on my reading room wall. Oh, yeah. Why not, right? Like, I love that design and the colors, and yeah, it looks pretty great. How do you glue your puzzles so they don't fall apart while you're doing it? I don't glue my puzzles. I never have, but I know a lot of people that do, and then they put them up on their wall, which is kind of cool. But I've never done that. Carolyn's here. Hello, Carolyn. Good to have you here. Woo woo. You missed it. I was showing them earlier the stack of books that I'm reading from today, including this one that I'm reading with you, Carolyn. Okay, so let's do another sprint. Let's just do it right now, and then we'll read until quarter after. Is that okay with everybody? Casey says, to get a copy of Greenery Street, it came here to Vancouver Island all the way from Toronto. Wow. All the way across Canada. Not many copies of that book around, and the new edition was very pricey to purchase. Who's the author of that, Casey? Carolyn. Annie says, you use Mod Podge to glue them together, but not until it is finished. You can buy a puzzle mat to keep the pieces together. Okay, there you go. I have a puzzle board that I use that all the pieces are on, and then I make the puzzle on that board. Okay, well then let's do it, guys. Let's read for another half an hour. Not quite half an hour, but we will read until quarter after. Oh no, your Dungeons and Dragons got canceled. Oh, yes. So it's too bad that it got canceled, but I'm glad that you were able to join us, Carolyn. Okay. So let's get this up. We will read until quarter after. Now, by this point, let's read until 20 after. Closer to half an hour. If that works for everybody. Okay. Enjoy your reading. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a great time reading. I am really enjoying Murder at the National Gallery. I've made some good progress. I'm about 110 pages into this book, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it. So I'm going to keep going on upcoming reading sprints. I hope you guys had a great time. I took that opportunity when I shut the camera off to get some chocolates. So I will be having some chocolates during the next reading sprint. Now, Casey said that the author of Greenery Street is Dennis McHale, Angela Thirkell's brother. That's fascinating. I didn't know that she had a brother who also was a writer. I'm going to have to definitely look into that book. That's really, really cool. Hilder is here. Hi. Late to join, just finished dinner. We'll be reading Study of Scarlet Women, the first in the Lady Sherlock series. I'm enjoying it so far. That's fantastic. I actually have that on my book cart, even on my pile of possibilities for March Mystery Madness. It's one that I've been wanting to get to. I just haven't read it yet. Carolyn says to Hilder, I need to read those. I want to read more of the original Sherlock stories first, though. I've only read a few short stories and 2 novels, and one was abridged. I love the Sherlock stories, and I just joined the Regina Irregulars, which is a group that meets once a month to discuss Sherlock Holmes stories, and so I'm really enjoying it. It's a really cool group. Helen says, read a chapter and made a hot chocolate. Yummy. That's perfect on a rainy evening. BJ says, this sprint I read Taking the Fifth by J.A. Jance. Love her books. This J.P. Beaumont series is police procedurals. It was number 6, published in 1987. That's fantastic. I'm glad you love those books. Laura says to Carolyn, have you read The Hound of the Baskervilles? It's really good. Laura, that's my favorite. That one is my favorite Sherlock Holmes story. I love The Hound of the Baskervilles. It's so atmospheric. Sorry, Hound. Yes, you're right, Hound. Carolyn says that Angela Thirkell fact is so cool. Yeah, I think so too. Talia says, ooh, chocolate. I'm going to have to make a peanut butter and whipped chocolate honey sandwich. Wow. Wow. That is something. You do that. That sounds amazing. Cajun says, made it to 85%. Had a twist I did not see coming. I love it when that happens. Me too. That's fantastic. Cav says, I might have spent some of that sprint checking for bookish puzzles. What did you find? You might have started something. That's fantastic. I love bookish puzzles. Jackie says that group you joined sounds fun. Yeah, the Regina Irregulars. So right now, we are reading the short stories from the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. We read one short story and then we meet to discuss it. And the meetings are really good. They're led by this guy who's a professor at the university, or he was a professor. He's retired now. And he really does know a lot about Sherlock Holmes and Arthur Conan Doyle, and the discussions are just really great. I've really enjoyed that. Talia says, sounds like a cool group that you joined. Yeah. Carmen, I'm loving A Shot in the Dark so far. You have great recommendations, Janelle. Oh, good, Carmen. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I really do like that one too. It's not for everyone. I know that, but I do really enjoy that one. I love Constable Twitten. He is just hilarious. He makes me laugh. Annie says, made it to 85%. Nice. Glenda, 1 hour left in Death of a Dentist. Ooh, you might get it done this afternoon. Carolyn says, Laura, that was the one I read the abridged version of when I was in elementary or middle school, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I saw the Wishbone episode when I was about 7 and fell in love with it. Excited to read it unabridged. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good prediction to make, Carolyn, about it being your favorite one, because it's such a good story. I love it. It's so atmospheric, and it's a good mystery too. Okay, so If you watched my senior sleuths video, my sleuth by type video about senior sleuths, then you may have seen this book, Old Detective's Home by Mike Beffeler. This book is so interesting to me. I haven't read it yet, but it's kind of next up. I've got these 4 books that I'm reading right now that when I finish one of those, this is going to be the next one that I start. So there is a retirement home. I think it's in California, and it's the people in the home are the detectives from Golden Age fiction, and the staff at the home are the authors. I just think that is brilliant. That is like the best thing ever. But I wanted to share this with you because I couldn't help myself. I started reading it, and I just loved it. So I have to read this part to you from chapter 1. It was a clear and full moon night. A breeze blew across the lawn of the old detective's home, a storied community on a bluff overlooking the ocean. On the porch, Tommy Beresford brought his rocking chair to a halt, ran his hand through his gray hair, and regarded his wife. "It's too quiet, old bean. Something doesn't seem right. It's usually foggy at this time of evening." Prudence Beresford adjusted her flowered dress, sniffed, and leaned forward in her rocking chair. "I sense it too, old thing. A tinge of something unusual in the ocean air. Very peculiar." Tommy raised himself and took his wife's arm. "Are you ready for a little stroll?" "I think that's in order." They descended the wooden stairs and carefully stepped onto the wide lawn that led to the bluff above the moonlit beach. "I remember our rousing game of cricket here last Saturday," Tommy said. "You batted wonderfully." "Quite so. One of my better games." "You had Hercule beside himself complaining about a sticky wicket." "Ah, yes, that little Belgian can become quite disturbed. He doesn't like to lose." Prudence held her husband's arm. "It's delightful that at our age we can still participate in sports." "And I plan to continue. I may even participate in the Senior Olympics next year. I could be one of the California representatives. With you beside me, I will stay youthful for many years." Tommy gazed back at the building. "I bet Tish Carberry is using the Wii system in the community room." Just a side note for those of you who don't know, Tish Carberry is a detective from Mary Roberts Reinhardt. "I'm sure you're right. She certainly gets carried away with those games. Very competitive. I should recruit her for my cricket team, old bean." Prudence looked across the wide lawn and came to an abrupt halt. "What's that?" She pointed to the woods 100 yards away. Tommy peered in the direction indicated. "Looks like a chap in an overcoat and hat disappearing into the trees." Prudence spun in the other direction. She waved. "Hello, Sherlock." A stooped man shuffled toward them. He wore a deerstalker and clenched a curly pipe in his teeth. He removed the pipe and pointed toward the ocean. "Ship." Both Tommy and Prudence stared toward the ocean. It remained still. The moon shone on the expanse of sea without an object in sight. Below, a beach cove rested between 2 rocky outcrops. Prudence leaned toward Tommy and whispered in his ear, "Oh dear, it's his dementia again." Tommy whispered back, "Quite so." He cleared his throat. "What brings you to this promontory, Sherlock?" "I'm searching for Dr. Watson. I seem to have misplaced him." Tommy chuckled. "Dear me, I believe you've forgotten. Your colleague Watson is off on an expedition to Scotland at the moment." A faraway look appeared in Sherlock's eye. "Ah, Scotland. Yes, I forgot he was off on one of his escapades. Quite right. Are you going to join us for a rousing game of bridge tomorrow night, Sherlock?" Prudence asked. I don't know." "Why the hesitation?" Tommy said. "You usually prefer bridge to one of Art Doyle's seances." "Quite right." Sherlock wrinkled his eyebrows. "I dare say I have a problem, though. You've reminded me my usual bridge partner, Dr. Watson, is not available." Prudence smiled and patted Sherlock's hand. "Don't concern yourself. I'll find a substitute." She looked again to the scene below. "That's strange. The ocean is calm. Too calm." Tommy put his arm around his wife's shoulder. "You're right. Only yesterday, the waves crashed onto the shore below, bringing in various pieces of driftwood. I even found a glass ball that looked as if it had been blown across the Pacific from a Japanese fishing net. Tonight, the ocean is as smooth as a lake. Very unusual. Prudence shivered. But that Northern California water is so frigid. The three continued walking along the top of the cliff until they came to a pine tree. Gentlemen, Prudence said, please focus your attention on the beach below. All eyes turned to the moonlit sand. Is that a sea lion washed up on the beach? Prudence asked. Tommy shaded his eyes and squinted. By Jove, there is something there. I can't make out exactly what it is. No sea lion, Sherlock said. That's a body. Brilliant, right? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait to find out who else is in this old detective's home. I think that that's brilliant. Okay, I need to catch up here on some. Okay. Cav says, I'm deciding between James Joyce, Yay Ireland, and Agatha Christie vintage book covers. Oh, get the Agatha Christie vintage book covers. That would make an amazing puzzle. I would love a puzzle like that. That sounds fantastic. Glenda says, eager to hear your take on the old detectives. Yes, Glenda, you've finished. You've read that one? Or not? I can't remember now. Carolyn, Tommy and Tuppence. I need to read this. Carolyn, it's not just Tommy and Tuppence. It's Hercule Poirot. It's Sherlock Holmes. It's a whole bunch of them. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. Helen Clare says, Old Detective's Home does sound amazing. Tommy and Tuppence, Old Bean, very accurate. Yes. That's what I thought too. BJ says, I started Unstuff Your Stuff last night by Beffeler after the cajillion recommendations in your Senior Sleuth video. Is that from the his Geezer Lit series? That's funny. Mary says, I need a break from Lonesome Dove, so we'll start reading from the best American mystery stories in the next sprint. The first story is Hot Springs by James Crumley. Sounds good. Are those all short stories, Mary? Carolyn says, oh yeah, when you mentioned this in your video, I was so excited about it. Annika says, wait, what? Tommy and Tuppence? That's right. Tommy and Tuppence in California for some reason. I think he might skirt over why everybody is in California, but Talia, I didn't realize that Tommy and Tuppence met Poirot. Well, I think there's going to have to be some major suspension of disbelief for this because the authors are the staff at this home and the detectives that they wrote are the people who live there. And then but aside from that, in the Tommy and Tuppence short story collection, Partners in Crime, each short story, they decide to detect like a different fictional detective from the books that they read. And one of the short stories, they do Hercule Poirot. So it would appear that for Tommy and Tuppence, Hercule Poirot is a fictional detective, which is fascinating because for the rest of the universe, all the detectives, all of Agatha Christie's detectives exist in the same universe, except apparently for Tommy and Tuppence. So that's very interesting to me. Annika says, sounds so fun, the old detective's home. Yeah. Carolyn, Watson better be there too, just like Hastings better be with Poirot. Well, we'll see if he comes back because right now he appears to be in Scotland. Talia, what a fun book. The author is obviously having fun. Yes, definitely having fun. Hearing her called Prudence so often is odd. Yeah. Storm! Hey, Storm! It does sound like a fun book, doesn't it? Especially if you've read a lot of Golden Age detective fiction, then definitely for sure. Carolyn says, and having Sherlock in the same retirement home as his creator, very cool and weird. Talia nerds out. Hastings is quite a bit younger than Poirot, though. It is weird hearing Tuppence called Prudence. Yeah. Carolyn, I need this audiobook. I wonder if it is an audiobook. It came out in 2022. That would be amazing if there was an audiobook. Yes. Mary, they are all short stories in that one. That's great. Talia says, I remember that about the Tommy and Tuppence short stories. That's odd, though, because they meet Inspector Japp in their first book. Yeah, that's the problem that I'm having. So I'm creating this Agatha Christie universe, and that is a problem because Japp is in the first. Yeah. So I don't know what to do about that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Glenda says, I've not read Old Detectives yet, but eager to see how you rate it. I predict 5 stars. Yeah, unless it just goes completely downhill. Yeah. Unstuff Your Stuff is a Millicent Hargrove. Oh, that's one that I'm not familiar with. So it's a Mike Beffler, but that's a series that I'm not familiar with. Awesome. Okay. What do you guys think about doing another reading sprint at 22? And we will read until 10 after. These half-hour reading sprints are working for me. Does this work for you guys? Excuse me. Because I can change it to 20 minutes or whatever. But right now, I think half an hour is working. Talia says, maybe they are reading one of Hastings' books on Poirot's mysteries. Maybe. That would be interesting, actually. Maybe. Ahona says, hey, Janelle, love this round of reading together today. Have to rush to bed now. Almost 2 a.m. here. And would catch up with all of you very soon again. Enjoy reading together. Bye for now. Bye, Ahona. I'm so glad that you joined us, even though it's so very, very late. Have a good sleep. All right. So half an hour it is. That's fantastic. You guys are troopers. I love it. I don't know. Half an hour seems to be another good amount of time to continue browsing for puzzles, Gab. All right. So we will do half an hour. This is so good. You guys are just such troopers. I love it. So 3 minutes from now, we will do a half-hour reading sprint. This is great. Ooh, and I get to have my chocolates. And as much as I'm enjoying all of these other books, I'm going to continue on with this one. I'm really kind of in the zone with this one. I want to see where it goes. There's been a second murder, and yeah, so very, very exciting. Okay. I was trying to remember if there was something else I wanted to make sure that I told you guys about, but I can't think right now. I'll have to think about it during the sprints. Carolyn says, so for the short stories where Tommy and Tuppence imitate the style of a famous detective each time, what if Poirot was the only one who was real? Okay. Yeah. I guess so. Then we could say they are all in the same universe. Yeah. Could be. Annika said, let's good to have a second murder to spice things up. Yes, it is. This is the only situation where I talk about murders being good. I just want you guys to know. But I am... Isn't it awful how much we're like, oh, yeah, another murder. It's so good. Oh, dear. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do another reading sprint. So I will see you guys in half an hour. Oh, Talia says, yeah. Kind of like how Watson wrote up Sherlock stories, right? Annika. You are right. And I know I said that before, and I can't remember where I said that, but yes, I do not approve of murder. Just to make it clear, as much as I love reading murder mysteries, I do not approve of murder. Okay. Have fun reading, everybody. I will see you at, let's see, I'll get these banners going. I will see you at 10 after. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I almost missed it. I was so engrossed in my book, and then I looked at the clock and saw that we are at 10 after. So there's a couple things that came up in there that that I want to tell you about. But first, I'm going to catch up on some of the comments. So Mary says, I just ordered the Jane Austen puzzle. I blame you for this. You are very welcome, Mary. I mean, who would not want to do this puzzle? Like, that is just amazing. It's just amazing. Okay. I'm an enabler. I know I am. And I'm not sorry about it. Annika says, we like them brought to justice, right? That sounds a bit better. Exactly. Yes. We like the murderers brought to justice. Talia says, ugh, had to spend much of this sprint setting up a return for my new knee brace and getting the next size up. Apparently the brand runs small. It's on the 2022's best braces list, so it'll be worth it. Okay. I mean, that is good to get what you need, but yeah, I can understand that. Like, having to set some of that stuff up is just so annoying, isn't it? Cajun finished a book. That's fantastic. Christy Lewis is here. Hi, Christy. Thanks for joining the reading sprints. That's super exciting. What are you reading today, Christy? Hummingbird finished Tainted Love, 5 stars. Wow. That's fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. That's great. Helen says, productive time, read a chapter. My dog had his last quick walk, another hot chocolate made, and a hot water bottle out now. Oh my goodness, Helen, you were having such a cozy evening. Is it still raining? Because frankly, raining, hot chocolate, hot water bottle, books, that's amazing. That sounds like the perfect evening. Annie has just 10 pages left. Well, we're going to have to do another reading sprint, Annie, so you can finish those 10 pages. Jackie says, I didn't realize the book setting is Romania. My work teammates live there, so it's perfect. It is just flying by. That is fantastic. I have read very, very little set in Romania. Remind me, Jackie, what the book is that you're reading. That sounds fantastic. Carolyn says, I've been unboxing, organizing, and starting building Lego Starry Night while I listen. Woohoo. So I like to make puzzles while I listen to stories or TV shows that I've seen before. And Carolyn likes to do Lego, make Lego kits while she listens to stories. And I think that's very fantastic. Is anybody else into that, into making Lego kits? Hilder said, sorry if it's already been said, but where did you order the Jane Austen puzzle? I ordered mine from Amazon. I'm not sure where else you can get them from, but that's where I ordered mine from. Casey says, you are an enabler. Yes, okay, I know, I am. Helen says, the rain has stopped, but still cozy in my little den. Love it. Love it. Christy says, of course, thank you for hosting them. I'm finishing up a book by the North Korean defector Yeonmi Park, but I have The Innocence of Father Brown ready in case I need a mystery. That's fantastic. I love the Father Brown stories. And the nice thing with that too is that they're short stories, so you can read one or a couple, whatever you're in the mood for. Glenda is not into Lego kits, and that's fine. Fair enough. Okay, so Murder at the National Gallery. I just lost my bookmark. 1 second. Is set in Victorian London, 1897. So at one point, the 2 detectives, Daniel and Abigail, they have got some evidence that maybe a suspect is a butcher. They're not sure. And so they get a butcher friend of theirs to agree to take them to Smithfield. They want to kind of get a look around and see if they see this person. And so we got this great little glimpse. Excuse me. This great little glimpse of what Smithfield Market was like in 1897. Gross, but really, really interesting. And then Daniel had this small piece of evidence that he found at a crime scene. Oh, by the way, there has now been a third murder. He found this tiny, tiny, tiny piece of evidence. And they were talking about how wouldn't it be good if, like, the police had, a laboratory or something where you could look at this evidence. And Daniel said that he had heard that there was talk of hiring someone or starting some kind of laboratory at Scotland Yard. And so they went and they found out that there was a laboratory just started. Let me see what they said here, because I think that this is real and I need you guys to help me if you guys are smart history buffs. Okay. Dr. Robert Snow, a qualified doctor, but he's using his scientific skills to solve crimes. Yes. So a detective at Scotland Yard told them that a science laboratory was imposed on them 2 weeks ago. So they go and they talk to Dr. Robert Snow, whose laboratory was actually a small former storage room in the basement of Scotland Yard. So does anybody know if Dr. Robert Snow really was a real person, and was he in charge of the first science laboratory at Scotland Yard? I find this stuff fascinating. And so, yeah, I would love to know if that's true or not. I might have to do some Googling, some research. Jana says she loves doing Lego kits. I've been working on my bookshop one I got for Christmas. A bookshop? I would totally do a Lego kit if it was a bookshop. That sounds amazing. Annika says, I read a good chunk of Dog Stars Rising and I enjoy the suspense, but now I need to switch to something a bit lighter so I can sleep tonight. Yes, that's a good idea. Oh, yes, Jackie says, I'm reading Royal Blood. I have to find more by this author. Yes, that is right. I'm backing up here. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten about that one where they go to Romania. That one was a good one, actually. I liked that one in the series. Okay. Helen says, Lego is very therapeutic. I find it relaxing as long as there are no missing pieces. That's true of puzzles as well. Definitely. Glenda wants to know if Christy is reading an Escape from Camp 14 book. Casey says, one of my most favorite things is listening to audiobooks and knitting. Supreme delight is doing it outside in my garden. Heaven on earth, in my opinion. That sounds fantastic. I don't knit. I'm not a knitter. But yeah, I love the idea of doing something you enjoy with your hands while listening to a book. I think that's fantastic. And yeah, if you can do it outside in your garden, that sounds lovely. All right. So what do you guys think? Are you guys up for another sprint? I want to keep going in my book now. I'm so interested in what Dr. Snow is going to be able to find from this little piece of evidence. Carolyn says, Jana, is it the bookshop with the townhouse attached? I built the bookshop part last year and just finished the townhouse part yesterday. Cool. Carmen, I too love knitting or needlework while listening to audiobooks. Excellent. Christy says, Glenda, I have read that one about 10 years ago. It is intense, but I learned so much. Very good. Yes, please. Okay, well, good. Dahlia is reading and knitting. And Jana says it is the bookshop with the townhouse. This sounds intricate. I love that you guys are into more sprints. I play Spider Solitaire while I'm audio reading. Perfect. Carolyn says, I love building Lego while I listen, but also cooking or playing my Nintendo Switch. Mm-hmm. Christy says, yes for more sprinting. Carmen is in. Annika is in. Annie is in. Okay, so why don't we do another sprint at 25 after, and we will sprint until 5 after the hour. We'll do another half-hour sprint. It's great. I love it. What's funny about since we're talking about how we enjoy listening to audiobooks while doing other things, I can't just listen to an audiobook anymore. I even actually struggle with watching like TV and not doing anything else. Like I like to do something else. So have a puzzle or play Gummy Drop on the computer. Like I like to be able to do more than one thing. I don't know. I feel like part of me feels like I'm kind of not wasting my time, but missing an opportunity if I just watch TV and I don't do anything else. Yeah. Cassie also listens to audiobooks while cooking. Cajun, I listen while I work and heave a sigh of irritation when conference calls interfere with my listening. Annika says, my favorite is to paint while listening to an audiobook. Yes. Annika, you are a fantastic painter. I am in awe of you. I am not creative that way at all. So I'm glad I'm not the only one, that there's more of us out there that need to do more than one thing at a time. Christy says, sitting still and just watching TV is literally so hard. It is an exercise in massive self-control. It's true, though. It's totally true. Oh, Cajun, I eyeball read while watching TV. Okay, so that's something I haven't done. That is a bit beyond what I'm capable of. I can't read and watch TV at the same time. Jackie says, I have that same thing. I have to be doing something else while listening. Mm-hmm. Me as well. I can't just watch TV or a movie. Must knit. Yeah. My mom does too. Whenever I go there for a visit now, she's always got her knitting in her lap whenever we watch something. All right. So yes, we are going to read here in less than a minute. So I will set these up for half an hour. Hummingbird says, I listen to audiobooks while doing all the boring stuff at home. I can sit and read for ages, but watching TV is hard. It's true. I can read perfectly happily, but then anything else, I need to do more than one thing at a time. It's weird. Storm says, this is why I watch a lot of reruns instead of new shows, because if it's new, I feel I need to concentrate on it and I can't read. It's totally true, though. Whenever I'm making a puzzle, I watch reruns on TV or I listen to an audiobook because I can't. Yeah, I don't want to miss things if it's a new show or a movie I haven't seen. So I end up just watching a lot of reruns. Talia says, I thought that TV and movie watching was just an excuse for knitting. Perfect. Gajin says, I'm so glad other people need to do more than one thing at a time. People look at me like I'm crazy when I say that. You are not crazy. All right. Let's read for half an hour. My lovelies, let me set this up. And we are going to read until 5 after. All right. Enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good time, whatever you were doing. I'm plowing my way through this book and really enjoying it. Cajun was going to read Pulp Friction Cider Shop #2 during the sprint. How are you enjoying that, Cajun? Carolyn says, y'all, my sound went out. Janelle, are you just muted? Oh, okay, I know what happened. I muted for the sprint, and then I was talking to my mother-in-law, who was just in the other room. And so, yeah, I was talking, but I was muted. But you weren't missing anything, Carolyn. I was just talking to talking to my mother-in-law. Talia said a reading sprint has started, so that's probably why you don't hear anything. Yes. Casey says, yes, I second that. Annika's painting is wonderful. So talented. Yes and yes. Hello, Alana. Welcome here. Nice to have you reading with us. Ooh, Lord of the Rings. You're halfway through the Fellowship of the Ring. Amazing. Wait. Oh, halfway through book 1 of Fellowship. Oh, you finished book 1. I get it. It took me a minute there. Dahlia is a huge fan of Tolkien. Talia reread those books last year and the year before. Yeah, I did a reread of those books in 2022. Love those books. So good. All right. Annika says, thanks, Janelle and Casey, for your sweet compliments. That makes me happy. Well deserved, Annika. Hummingbird says, finished a short story by Martha Wells called The Sea Witch for Week of Weird. Is anyone else participating in Week of Weird? Cajun says, it's very good. Made it to 64%. Nice. You're plowing through that. Helen read another chapter and made jam on toast for a snack. Ooh, that's lovely. Carolyn, Janelle, where are you in Murder on the Pilgrim's Way? I'm on chapter 10, and it is really making me want to read the Decameron. Yes, I was thinking about that too. I read through chapter 12 earlier today, so I'm on chapter 13. And yes, I don't know anything about the Decameron, but this inn that everybody is staying at in Murder on the Pilgrim's Way is it's called Villa Pellegrini, and it's being run by this woman from Italy, and all the rooms are names of characters from the Decameron, I think, but I don't know anything about the Decameron. So if there's any clues or hints in that, then I am missing them entirely because I have not read it and I don't know anything about it. Laura says, I am now a little more than halfway through Fell Murder and I'm enjoying it so far. Love the landscape in it. That's fantastic. Annie read 7% in Murder at Archley Manor by Sarah Rosett. I don't think I've ever read anything by her. That one is historical mystery set in the 20s, right? Carolyn says, I love Lord of the Rings too. Still need to read Two Towers and The Return of the King. Good stuff. Jackie says, I started the Decagon House Murders. They're on the island alone. Oh, no. Oh, yes, Jackie. This is fantastic. So the Decagon House Murders is written, was written in the 80s by a Japanese author. And it's an homage to Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. And there's this group of students who are part of a mystery club who go to this island. This island is famous because 20 years before, there were murders on that island that had never been solved. And so this mystery club is going out there to spend the weekend or the week on this island. And one thing that I love is that they've all given themselves nicknames in this club, and their nicknames are all people, the names of authors from the golden age of crime. It's brilliant. I love it. Laura says, I'm reading Relic by Douglas Oresto. Very good. Carolyn, I have it on my TBR shelves at home and now want to read it very soon. Yeah, it's pretty good. Talia is hoping to read this Silmarillion soon. Casey says, I must confess, I have read Nilch. I may have had the YouTubes outside with me this whole time while I've been pruning plants. 11:30 to 3 p.m. here on the Pacific Coast, and sunny and beautiful, and daylight savings time as well. The Casey is happy. Oh, that's good. Cav says, I'm fuming with righteous indignation for a character, and I want Bess Crawford to fix things now. She needs to work her mystery magic stat. That's fantastic when you get that invested in a character in a book. I love that. That's great. Bess Crawford, get a move on and solve this crime. Annie says, yes, the High Society Lady Detective series. I have heard of that series, but I have not read it. Okay, so what do you guys think? Do you guys want to do one more reading sprint, or do you feel like you're done for now? Annika says, I picked up the Orient Express again. I'm quite familiar with the story and enjoying the details this time around. That is why I love rereading Agatha Christie. I love when I'm familiar with a story and I watch for how she plants the clues and the red herrings and all of it. I love, like you said, Annika, enjoying the details, because she is so good at crafting a mystery. And so, yeah, watching for all that stuff that I just completely missed the first time around is very, very entertaining. Mary finished the first short story in my book and did not enjoy it at all. Oh dear. That's too bad. Danielle's in for another sprint. Okay, Hummingbird is too. Jackie is. Oops. Talia is. Carolyn says, I'm going to keep listening to my audio, so very happy for another sprint if others are. Cav, I'm in for more sprinting. I need to keep on Bess's case until she fixes things. Can't stop now. Carmen's in for another one. Cajun, my daddy loved cozies too, and my stepmother would just shake her head when we talked about them. Y'all act like they're real, she said. They are, we both said. Oh, that's so true. I can relate to that. Casey's up for more. And so is Mary. Okay. Well, what if we do another sprint at 5 after, and we will read until what do you guys think? Should we just read until the half hour? Or I guess we could read until 25-2. Annie's in for another sprint. Annika is. Yes, sometimes you feel like, how did I miss this? Yeah, exactly. One more sprint. Okay, one last sprint. Let's do it. And we will read until 25-2 the hour. Boy, I never knew going into this that reading sprints would test my meager math skills the way that they do. Okay. I think that's right. Yes. All right. I am so very bad at math, honestly. Like, whew, it's just not the way my brain works, but that's okay. We need all sorts of people, right? Okay, enjoy your sprinting, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. So there's just been another murder. That makes 4 in this book so far, and I've got like 100 pages left. There's been 4 murders, some intimidation, warning people off, and a painting being slashed at the gallery. So it's all go in that book. Very, very exciting. I'm totally going to finish it tonight. Yeah. All right. So Talia, before our reading sprint, said rereading Christie helps me notice similarities between her different plots. Reminds me of how Mrs. Oliver admits to reusing plot ideas in Cards on the Table. Christie was slyly telling on herself. It's totally true. Yeah. There's certain elements of a plot that gets reused. Definitely. Christy, oh drat, I missed the chatting. Sorry, I got distracted. Glenda, same here. Perfect. Laura, my book was Relic by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. I have butterfingers. That's okay. I quite often make typing mistakes too. Cajun says, books set in cafes, bakeries, etc. never make me hungry, but this series always makes me want cider in the worst way. I bought some reading book 1 and I'm going to make some now. It's a powder mix. Yummy, yummy. Apple cider is delicious. Carolyn says, I've got to go help clean and set the table for dinner. Thanks for such a fun afternoon, Janelle. Take care, everyone. Goodbye, Carolyn. I'm glad you were able to join us for a bit. Cajun said, made it to 71%. That's fantastic. Jackie, if I ever get invited to a deserted island, I'm just saying no. You're reading the Decagon House Murders, right? Yeah. I think we all know, never, ever go. If you are invited to an island of any kind, private island, deserted island, it doesn't matter. Just say no. Just say no. It does not end well. Annie made it to 13%. That's fantastic. Glenda finished Death of a Dentist. Not as painful as a trip to the dentist, but very meh. To be fair, I jumped around from book to book. Does anyone love Hamish? I love Hamish. I do. I'm a huge fan of Hamish Macbeth. Hummingbird said, having a hot chocolate with biscuits and reading Sisters of the Forsaken Stars by Lena Rather. Nuns in Space Part 2. Wow. That sounds very interesting. And hot chocolate with biscuits, delightful. Christy says, your book sounds super active, Janelle. It is. It really, really is. Cajun loves Hamish. Helen loves Hamish too. And so does Jackie. Woohoo! Christy, I finally answered all of my YouTube comments during that last sprint, and now I can happily relax back into my book. But I made some progress on Yeonmi Park's book as well. That's great. That's good. And you're all caught up on your comments, so that's great too. Annika says, that museum series sounds like one I need to write down. You need to finish it soon, Janelle, or there will not be anyone left. I know, right? Laura also loves Hamish. Nice. Lara says, also say no if you are invited anywhere by someone anonymously. Oh, definitely. If it's anonymous or you're not entirely sure how you know the person who invited you, just say no. Glenda, okay, I will give Hamish another go. Maybe it was me. All right. Well, you guys, this has been really fun. What a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. I am going to finish my book tonight. I have just over 100 pages to go. And so, yeah, that's how I will be spending the rest of my afternoon. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. However you're going to spend the rest of your weekend, I hope that it's great. And I'm so glad that you guys joined me. This has been really good. BJ, have a great weekend, everyone. You guys are welcome. Okay. That's it from me. Bye, everybody. Oh, good night. You are very welcome. I'm so glad. I do really enjoy hanging out with you guys. It's very, very fun. All right. Bye, everybody.